When time first began, the Eternal gave life to powerful beings of light, the Drakeels. But as misfortune would have it, the power given to these creatures awoke in them only a boundless pride and an inexhaustible thirst for dominion. Shaken by this betrayal, the Eternal banished them to the deepest abyss of Dracomundus. It was there, in the depths of the earth, that they twisted into the monstrosities that we know today as dragons. Alas, possessed more than ever by hate and vanity, the Banished refused to admit themselves defeated. Through their voices, they persisted in corrupting humanity. Through their blood, they defined the land we call our home. From that moment on, mankind would live in fear. Fear that one of the Dragon Lords, the most powerful of the Banished, would one day return to the surface. With the support of his Dragonkin, Sor Ichnog succeeded in escaping from his subterranean prison. And brave souls, guided by the light, rose up and vowed to push him back. Soldiers of the Order, righteous and faithful to the Eternal, who suffered body and soul after coming into contact with draconic corruption. Rare were those who remained impervious to the depraved whispers of the dragons on the outskirts of this gaping breach. One such person was Godefroy of Clerval, Grand Knight of the Order of the Eternal. The voice of the Dragon Lord blighted people's spirits and petrified their bodies, instilling terror and madness into those who heard it. Never before had a breach so vast been rent between the two worlds. It was here, at this wound between worlds, that the corruption was most potent. One by one, haunted by the whispers from below, the people succumbed to madness. Draconic blood sullied the earth and corrupted the creatures that trod upon it. Pitiful in their wretchedness, and too weak to resist the command of their new masters, they drank the blood of the dragon and gave in to depravity. Thus enslaved, they were twisted into ghastly monsters, mockeries, Dragonkin. Men, women, children, animals, for as many slaves as there were devoted to their cruel masters, just as many grotesque monsters blindly obeyed any order given to them by their Dragon Lord. Only the most righteous of souls, guided and supported by the Eternal, were able to resist the corrupting call that led the living to damnation. These righteous few bore the feeble flame of man through the darkest shadow, and though it flickered, it would not be extinguished. Filled with these fleeting embers of hope, a few brave souls founded an alliance to carve the first breach into draconic defenses. Here, the Dragonkin's power was strong. It fused our world with that of the Banished. Godefroy of Clairval heroically broke through and shattered their defense barriers. This act of bravery, a feat of the righteous alliance of men, allowed me to lend aid to the Knights of the Order of the Eternal. Me, Almantia, Grand Oracle of Pythodurcan, Dragon Blood, a human altered but not consumed by the draconic blood that flows through my veins. My sisters and I have powers given to us by the dragon, but our souls remain our own. Neither dragonkin nor entirely human, and afforded extraordinary abilities by our forebearers. By those who drank the blood of the only banished dragon to have ever repented before the Eternal. These few drops of draconic blood connected our thoughts to those of the dragons. Struck by fleeting visions, we sought glimpses into their deeds and understanding of the feelings that drove them. With that understanding came a vulnerability. We soon learned that we were at the mercy of their whispers. The voices threatened to consume us, with no hope of salvation. But the formidable link that connected us to the dragons had also awakened something within us. We lived strong in the certainty that the Eternal had pardoned us for the draconic corruption in our veins. Our civilization fell alongside the blue dragon Durkin, forcing us to live amongst men in the city of the Order of the Eternal. Closer to the breach made by Sir Ichnog, Godefroy, fighting fire with fire, confronted the draconic hordes. I battled by his side, but my strategy was less direct. My draconic power allowed me to open up a passageway for the men of Nurogard, all of them prepared to make their ultimate sacrifice to save what remained of humanity. Once this invisible barrier had been breached, they knew that their lives would hang by mere threads. But these warriors from the north cared little for the uncertainties of our plan. A hero's death in the heat of battle with their enemy was the greatest honor that could befall them. Led by the pale dragon blood Harold Truelson, the barbarian fleet had but one objective: to lure the enemy into the open sea and leave the path to the breach vulnerable. If a single vessel reached the coast, then this sacrifice would not have been for naught. Truelson reached the hostile shore and avenged those fallen from the Toriel clan. The barbarians of Nurogard feared neither pain nor death, and they welcomed violence as they might an old and familiar friend. Truelson knew this friend better than most. His existence thus far had been one of suffering, of hardening his resolve, and of preparing to endure the worst of torments, without losing the one thing of value every warrior of his clan held dear: his soul. While the Knights of the Order of the Eternal had always been forbidden from making use of dragon's blood, the warriors from the north, staying true to their values, had taken this risk. A select few, highly trained clansmen, risking their lives in the process, had successfully imbibed the pale dragon's blood without succumbing to the corrupting voices. Among them was Truelson. To become a dragon blood barbarian, he paid the ultimate price and cast away a portion of his humanity. In exchange, he received draconic powers that he put to use for the Toriel clan, the Eternal, and humanity at large. And even if all others, from Montesky to Nurogard, recognized the courage and sacrifice of these brave warriors, there was not one that did not also regard them with sincere disgust. While there could be no doubt of their loyalty to Toriel, defender of the Eternal, their bodies, defiled by the dragon as they were, drove the rest of mankind to reject them. Truelson, for his part, cared little for his appearance. What did this matter after all, as long as his soul remained intact? The pale dragon blood had achieved his goal. The Alliance's plan, as unlikely as it was to succeed, could run its course. The barbarian waited for the signal that would tell him where to carve a bloody path through enemy defenses and lure the dragons far away from the breach. The Kongirati nomads, every bit as proud and as fearless as the warriors from the north, joined the alliance of men to help push back Sor Iknog, the Crimson Dragon. Sitting astride their draconic hybrids, these tracker archers faced the dragons steadfastly and seemingly without fear. Not one would allow the enemy to make easy prey of them. Hides, wings, teeth, blood. For the Kongirati, each draconic monstrosity was not only a threat, but also a quarry from which they could gain valuable resources. And where others had begged and prayed for divine salvation, these nomads made full use of anything the earth and providence offered them in order to survive. Their master tracker, Eula, however, did not see things in such stark shades of black and white. Of all those who made up their number, she was the first to recognize the value of this eternal light. She rejected neither the ancestral traditions nor the tracking of the Dragonkin, who had made it possible for the Kongirat to excel in the arts of potions, alchemy, poisons, and draconic hybridization. How long would her people be able to continue traveling freely if the corruption were to poison the entire world? It was for this reason that she joined the Alliance of Men. To seal this union, the Order of the Eternal entrusted her with one of their most powerful relics, a single, glimmering scale of light. If the legends are to be believed, this scale had been pried from the hide of one of the Drakeels in the heat of battle, back when these beings of light had pushed back the banished dragon lords that ventured too close to the surface. Each champion had one, and the power of their light would be needed to push Sor Iknog back into the shadows. It was up to Eula, armed with her scale of light, to cast the invocation. She would then know whether she had been right to put her trust in the Order and in joining the Alliance. The power of the light was like nothing ever seen before. We heard the Dragon Lord howl into our minds, racked with pain and rage. So close to the Dracomundus, our souls suffered as from 1,000 deaths, but we held fast to our positions. Inch by inch, the divine light pushed the corruption back into the breach. And it was thus that the banished lord saw Ignog disappeared once more into the shadows, where he would suffer eternal retribution. Once calm fell, we were all that was left, the sole witnesses to the feat accomplished by the Alliance of Men. But more than ever, we knew that the taint of draconic depravity still festered in the depths of the abyss, impatient to break free once more. Thus, from the union of men and their allies that stood together in the face of the draconic threat, an elite corps was established within the Order of the Eternal, the Dragon Hunters. Who knows? Perhaps the heroes that the Alliance of Men has been waiting for will be found among this unit's latest recruits.
Finally, the trail picks up here, and the tracks are still fresh. We must be close.
They must think us far behind. As if they could think we'd let them go after they killed one of our own.
We'll avenge your brother, Yorn. Have no fear about that. Apprentice, stay close to us and watch your back. Don't let any Dragonkin get the drop on you.
There they are. Nicely done, Song Khan.
They seem to have gathered here.
So that's why my brother was unable to get away. He was ambushed.
The Dragonkin in the plains are not usually so organized. They're congregating, plotting ambushes, laying traps. Something must surely have changed.
Then it's up to us to find out what that is.
It's a Dragonkin idol, and the ground, it's soaked in dragon's blood. Astria, what could this mean?
It's a place of worship.
Take cover! Dragonkin! They've come to defend their sanctuary! Is anyone hurt? Sonkan? Apprentice?
We're fine. Somehow.
The way the corrupted reacted to our presence proves it. Whatever we discovered is deathly important.
We've discovered a new kind of Dragonkin. Foul. Toxic. With amphibian mutations. It's like no enemy we've ever encountered before. Astria, you're the expert in draconic rites. Do you have any idea where they could have come from?
All signs point to a ritual of corruption. And from the sheer amount of blood spilled here, we can assume they have enslaved a host of victims.
Wait a moment. Their poison seems similar, like mine. The statue is crafted from black willow. It must be from the Jaxara's swamp. My clan's caravans used to stop for supplies there, before passing through your lands.
So far from here. Could the Dragonkin have carried this idol all the way across the plains?
There would have to be countless adepts among their number if so. We must warn the Council of Monteskai without delay.
Would the Dragonkin really have crossed the plains solely to abduct followers? Are you certain, Sonkan? Was it really Black Willow Wood?
I am a Kongarati tracker. I would never mistake a plant. This statue is from Jaxara. There's no doubt in my mind.
If you're right, every soul in Jaxara may already be twisted into their service. Let us only hope they are not planning to launch an assault on Monteskai.
Over here. Let's follow the path back to Monteskai. There's not a moment to lose.
We need to convince the Council to send us on a mission to Jaxara. If we allow this cult to spread even further outside our walls, the citizens will starve.
Given the scale of this invasion, it should not be difficult to win the Councilors over. They'll surely decide to attack in force.
Perhaps it would be best to learn more about our enemy before rushing in. If we are to root out a cult of this size, we need to avoid making any hasty decisions.
There would be one way to learn more about these creatures. A reconnaissance mission. If we send a small group, they may go unnoticed. A few skilled soldiers need only enter their lands and target their sanctuaries and camps. Then we'll see how they respond.
Wait a moment. You're suggesting we all take part in this operation?
Of course. I'm not going to be risking my skin on my own.
These Dragonkin have already killed one of our group. It would be madness for all 5 of us to offer our necks to their blades. Only 4 of us are fit to breach enemy lands. 5 if you include the apprentice. Let's not take the risk of us all throwing ourselves into the lion's den.
And what exactly are you suggesting, Sultan? Facing this cult down with a party of 2 to 1,000?
Whether we're 2 or 5, we have no chance of eliminating all the corrupted. But their orders are delivered by a leader. If we were to cut off the serpent's head, so to speak, let's work with a group of 2. Make use of the element of surprise and rid ourselves of them before reinforcements arrive.
I wonder whether I wouldn't prefer a good old-fashioned melee instead.
So be it. The apprentice will accompany Sonkan while we protect the borderlands around the Alliance. The apprentice will gain a bit of experience in the company of a tracker. All that leaves is the accolade, and to make him a dragon hunter officially.
Why worry about the formalities, Alaric? Just give him the scale of light already. Let's not hang about on ceremony.
These pledges may mean nothing to you, Nomad, but may I remind you that we are in Montesky, capital of the Order of the Eternal, and it is this order that, if I may say so, leads the Alliance, welcomed you into the city, and protects the scales of light. We have made enough compromises as it is.
So, your custom should be respected, to the detriment of our own?
Be reasonable, Tracker. Need I remind you that your caravans would no longer exist had we not closed the last gates of the Eternal? If we had truly wanted to be rid of your traditions, it would have happened long ago. You were able to profit through trade after taking neither side during the war that turned so many men against one another. Now that we are allies, why persist with this way of life when you could simply travel by gate? Sooner or later, Tracker, your people will need to change their ways.
And who are you to dictate how our ways should change?
That's enough, both of you. The war of men is ended. Do not forget, the dragons are the true enemy here.
Dragonkin number more than ever, and they are rapidly...
Please forgive this intrusion, councillors. Alas, Grand Tracker, I fear I do not bring the news you are hoping for.
Speak, Hunter.
As you ordered, we found the Dragonkin that killed one of our own. In doing so, we discovered an ascendant cult, one which swells in number.
They are practicing corruption rituals in the plains around Monteskai. According to Sun Can, the idols they are using are from Jaxara, and the ground there was drenched in dragon's blood. I fear that their intentions have been made all too clear.
They have come to desecrate the plains? This close to Monteskai? How have they been able to escape our notice for so long? We will need to act before they are able to launch an assault.
With your permission, Counselor, allow me to conduct a reconnaissance mission into enemy territory together with the apprentice. I know these lands well, since the Conqueror used to trade here.
2 hunters against an army of adepts? You cannot be serious.
The Dragonkin have flooded the plains to Clerval and redoubled their assaults against my clan. This hunter strategy would allow us to combat them on several fronts.
This is so. Allow Sun Can and the apprentice to gather information at least. I will oversee them, and if there is need for it, we will call them back. I suggest we put our trust in our hunters, Auspex.
And what of the apprentice?
He is ready, Auspex.
Then your plan will have my support. High Priest Cornelis, proceed with the accolade.
Kneel, apprentice. Today, before the Eternal, you commit to our fight against the dragons until they draw their last breath, to hunting those who serve them, to sealing the breaches to their vile prison of Dracomundus forevermore, to ridding humanity of their corruption. As a token of your sacrifice, please take this scale of light. It is a relic of Miriel, the Drakiel who, long ago, managed to banish these ungodly creatures together with the Eternal. It will protect you from the corrupting influence of their voices. Today, it will make you a protector of humanity, a blade of the Eternal, a hunter of dragons. Arise, hunter. Non Draco sit mihi dukes. Let not the dragon guide me.
Come and find me at the jail before leaving Monteskai. Since Sun Can and yourself will be on your own in the Jaxara swamp, we are prepared to offer you our support.
The Grand Tracker and I have pooled the Order's resources and Kongirat's expertise to give you a decisive advantage. To meet the dragon's strength with our own, we have raised the first tame wormling.
And we have taught it how to fight alongside hunters. It will make for a fearsome ally.
Grand Tracker, be reasonable. Nobody has ever been able to tame a dragon. This creature is dangerous.
You are right, to a point. Raising it was not enough. To control these beasts of draconic perversion, we needed to purify and subject them to the power of the light. We used blessed seals to do just that. It is not their chains that keep them subjugated, Tracker, but rather our faith in the Eternal.
This wormling will accompany the new hunter. Your first mission promises to be a challenging one, and I am in no hurry to be called for a new accolade anytime soon. Innovation is one of the core values of our clan, Sun Can. I wager your opinion will change once you've seen this creature at work.
With all respect, Grand Tracker, I highly doubt it.
Follow me.
I'll be waiting for you here.
This wormling will add its power to your attacks. Now, Hunter, let us rid ourselves of the cult that is poisoning the Jaxara swamp.
Keep an eye on your wormling. I don't like to see the Order getting involved in the clan's research. I often adventured in the Jaxara swamp, and I believe I know a village there where we can begin our search. Keep your scale close. The dragon's whispers are louder here, in Dragonkin territory. We must remain vigilant. This part of the plains has not been cleared. No doubt it will be infested with Dragonkin. Damn it. We'll have to fight our way through here. Marauders have taken the village.
The farm to the east is being attacked. I beg of you.
Looters?
Yes, but they're not alone. They have monstrous creatures with them.
Dragonkin. They likely corrupted the Marauders, catching them unawares while they were looting abandoned settlements.
We were helping the priest restore the old stone gateway near the farm when they appeared out of nowhere.
We'll head over there and help. Now flee. Head for Montesky. Hells. I recognize this cursed priest. It's Jerome, Cornelis' right-hand man, and the only civilian to possess a scale of light. Yorn's brother was killed while protecting this undeserving underling. We always found him holed up in the most sinister of places, studying dragon spells for the Meridians.
To me, hunters! These villains have brought the Dragonkin upon us.
Hell, Jerome! Where's the rest of your escort?
I gave them the order to evacuate the villagers, while I did what I could to buy them some time.
You mad fool. You think yourself a dragon hunter now, do you? In the Eternal's name, keep your distance.
Thank you for helping me out of that tight spot, hunters.
What are you doing here, Jerome? Restoring a gate, or so say the villagers? Don't tell me it's a gate of the Eternal.
Well, in truth, follow me and you'll understand.
So, will you tell us what's going on?
The Dragonkin cast some manner of spell upon this gate. Nobody knows precisely what they intended to do, but Meridius Cornelis is afraid they may yet put it to twisted purpose. The gates of the Eternal are connected to one another by the Great Light Lamps, which the Order once used itself back during the time of the War of Men. They were sealed when the Kongarati trackers joined the Alliance.
We need to break this spell.
Indeed. And to do so, we need to reopen this gate and reconnect it to the city using a scale of light. That's why I was dispatched here.
I don't believe a word. The Council could never have approved this decision. Grand Tracker Eula would have opposed it.
And yet I truly did receive such orders, Tracker. We cannot leave the gate at the mercy of our enemies. To rid ourselves of this spell, we will need to channel divine energy to re-establish its connection. Then, the Dragonkin will no longer be able to approach it.
I don't like this. The decision would have come from the Council. I suggest we look for another solution.
The Dragonkin have likely already corrupted other gates, hunters. Time is not on our side. I will explain our present situation to the Council personally. For now, it should be enough to use your scale of light to break the spell. This gate should then immediately link up with its twin in Monteskai. Oh, magnificent. I will return to Monteskai and inform the Council. If you discover any other corrupted gates, do not allow the Dragonkin to get close to them. Good hunting, both of you, and may the dragon never tempt you.
Well, Alaric, have we made enough compromises now? Let us set off again. We have a cult and its adepts to dispose of. We've crossed the frontier. If we were to remove our scale of light now, we risk falling prey to the dragon's whispers and the corruption that their words sow, and not even a single sign of combat. The people living here must have abandoned their homes, or worse. We're definitely heading in the right direction.
Over here! You're dragon hunters, aren't you? By the Eternal, please, spare me. I'm human still.
You've drunk dragon's blood.
I don't know. It's been weeks since Dragonkin corrupted our water. Some of us have surrendered to it already. I hear their voices. Those of the Dragonkin, that of the dragon. Oh, they're in my head. Save me, please, please. Make them stop. I beg of you.
You can hear not only the voice of dragons, but also those of Dragonkin?
I hear them all, I tell you. The adepts and the hostages they took from the Mystria. They'll never be silenced, never. Always the same words again and again. And the prisoners, oh, the prisoners. Their constant attempts to break their spirits, to corrupt them, just like us.
You claim to always hear the voices of the Dragonkin. Have you overheard where they're keeping their hostages?
I hear them, but I refuse to listen. I don't want to lose my mind.
I'm afraid it's too late. There is dragon's blood running through your veins. You're lost already. But even so, you can help the others to escape your fate.
Am I going to die?
I will stay by your side. I will help you. As for the rest, don't forget those people that are dear to you.
You're right. I want to give them a chance.
We still know almost nothing about these Dragonkin. Where have they come from? What powers does their blood impart? Whose orders are they following? I'll watch over this poor soul and try to find out where the hostages are being held. As for you, see if you can gather a node, an egg, some corrupted flesh, anything the Grand Tracker may be able to study. We know little of the effects of Viridian Dragon's blood, and these corrupted appear to have gorged themselves on it. I'm happy to see that you came out the other side alive. Give me the flesh sample. I will take it to the Grand Tracker once she is finished with Meridius Cornelis. Follow me.
I never doubted your common sense, Grand Tracker. I knew we would be able to find a compromise.
There's no point in trying to flatter me, Meridius.
We have returned, Grand Tracker.
Did you complete your mission?
We identified the location of the Adepts. These Dragonkin are capable of communicating through thought, like bees from the same hive. We took care to take a few samples before heading further into the swamp.
You've shown excellent initiative, hunters. This may well allow us to learn more about these monsters and their powers of corruption.
I'm afraid we don't have much time. A villager told us the Dragonkin have taken hostages, and he showed us where they're being held at this very moment. We must act without delay.
How were they able to tell you this?
The Dragonkin had corrupted the swamp water. The poor soul had dragon's blood already flowing through his veins. That was how we discovered the mental connection between the corrupted.
Grand Tracker, if the Dragonkin were behind the disappearances you told me about, the men you dispatched to the plains are heading straight into danger. Worse yet if the enemy can organize from a distance.
You are not wrong, High Priest. Sun Can, return to Jaxara at once. I'm tasking you with finding and freeing the hostages. Keep a low profile, do not take any unnecessary risks, and try your best to bring them back alive. As for you, set off and see if you can find my trackers. If they are still alive, you will find them in the plains close to the hamlet of Pont Noir. Once you're done, return to the Jaxara swamp so you can assist Sun Can.
Show me your map, and I'll show you where to find us.
We've been betrayed. The Dragonkin have destroyed the bridge. We need to push them back, no matter what!
A dragon hunter. Providence has sent you to us. Pont Noir threatens to be overrun.
Flee from here, Dragonkin! These lands belong to mankind!
There are too many! Every man for himself! Get out of here now!
We're indebted to you, Hunter. All we expected to face off against her was marauders. It seems they've been delivering hostages to the corrupted for months. But faced with Dragonkin, we had no chance. These fanatics tried to keep a low profile up until now. Once they sensed their cover was blown, they didn't even try to hide. We'll return to Grand Trekker Eula now. May your hunt go well.
I was only able to save a handful of prisoners. Most of the rest had already succumbed to the dragon's call. I will lead them to safety. You continue the search. If any of the hostages shows even the slightest sign of mutation, kill them without hesitation. There is only one outcome for those whose bodies have already been corrupted by dragon's blood. As soon as I'm done, I'll take a gate of the Eternal and join you.
Curse this Dragonkin.
Good luck, Hunter. Bring them down to the very last. May the dragon never guide us.
Out of my head, dragon!
How can I ever thank you, Hunter?
Thank you. I can't thank you enough. I'm finally gonna leave this ill-fated place. You've opened a gate of the Eternal, haven't you? We saw the flash of light from here. Don't worry about me. I'm out of trouble now.
Flee from here, Hunter. The master of the Dragonkin is somewhere in the swamp.
The Dragonkin, they are up to something. They've gathered the other prisoners in the mire, perhaps 100 paces to the east, at the bottom of the platforms.
Find us. We are here.
Bless you, Hunter. Alas, the other prisoners did not survive. We saw their remains. They suffered the same fate as Egbert.
The poor soul prayed all night in hopes of being rescued. For the love of the Eternal, get us out of here. I don't want to die.
Your scale of Miriel, Hunter, does it give you the power to open the gates of the Eternal?
There's one not far from here. It is near where we were being held captive. Follow us.
Has the matter been dealt with? The Dragonkin are no more?
Oh no, Hunter, not yet. These fanatics obeyed the orders of a dragon that roamed the swamp and laid its eggs in its victims' corpses.
Head back to Monteskai. You'll be safe there.
And you? What will you do?
We will need to destroy the eggs of the dragon in charge of these abominations. Only then will we be able to prevent an invasion.
The Dragonkin will do all they can to stop you. It's as though they are as one with the dragon. What one sees, all see.
I very much hope so. For now, do as I say. Take this gate and remain in Monteskai until instructed otherwise. The dragon will likely fight with all its strength to protect its eggs. Do you feel up to hunting down your first trophy? Let us turn the Dragonkin's voices against them. I'll lure them into attacking me at their shelters. Once the path is clear, make the most of this chance and destroy the eggs. I'd wager the dragon will know as soon as we take its treasured eggs. Once it shows itself, face it down before it can call for reinforcements. I'll come and lend you a hand as soon as I'm able to clear a path through.
One of us! You killed one of us!
One of us. One of us. One of us. We are me. So, you have lost the Dracul scale that kept you safe from my powers. The scale from that traitor, Muriel, who preferred to remain subjugated under the yoke of the Eternal. How alone you must feel, Hunter. Do you know just how many supposed heroes have already won the scale that now belongs to you? Dvalin, Atir. I wonder whether I am the only one who remembers their names. You are nothing in the eyes of the Eternal. Join me. You will never be alone again. You will matter. You will be one of us. I am Kalorang, Dragon Lord of the Jungle, and I'm dying to find you again, your flesh and your bone.
Hunter, snap out! Good to have you back with us, Hunter. I'm afraid you've been called to appear before the Council. Hurry up and pull yourself together. You must present yourself at the hearing, quickly.
And this dangerous incompetence Grand Tracker. It was a priceless relic, you hear me?
Find me another hunter capable of facing down a dragon in single combat. Only then can we talk about incompetence.
Hunter, you lost the Drakil scale we entrusted to you. One of the rare relics of the noble Miriel. Discovered here even before Montesquieu had been founded. For centuries, these scales have guided us through the shadows. The transgression you have committed is simply unforgivable. You are not deserving of the title we bestowed on you. Henceforth, I recommend that you be stripped of your rank and replaced immediately.
Are you aware that this hunter was responsible for defeating the most powerful Dragonkin we had ever encountered? Or that he had discovered a dragon that had kept its existence from us until now? What more could you ask for, de Clairval?
So you are coming to his defense? This feather-brained fool nearly corrupted themselves. Where is this confidence in him coming from, Hunter?
I've seen him at work, facing the Dragonkin that led the cult in the swamp. I've seen him resist the corruption against this new banished lord, despite having lost the scale. May the dragon never guide me. That's the motto we live by, isn't it?
This hunter also rescued several of my trackers, freed hostages, and gathered essential information for us. It is not so much whether we are able to trust him that is the problem, Auspex, but rather the lack of trust on your part.
I appeal to you, Meridius. Would you show such clemency towards the guilty party as these two?
I have faith in the Eternal, who would not have granted him the strength to triumph against such a Dragonkin if he was not, at the very least, worthy of being given a second chance.
So be it. And what will you do about the scale that was lost because of him?
The hunter will be tasked with finding the scale that he lost. In the meantime, he will be entrusted with the scale held by my servant, Diliculum Jerome.
That was no easy task, winning de Clairval over. You realize he has much more weight than the three of you combined.
I'm not blind, Sun Can. But you'd be better off staying out of politics. You're a dragon hunter. Try not to forget that. Don't allow yourself to get distracted from your mission.
You've come for the scale, is that it? Here it is. I'm entrusting it to you, since the hunt demands it. Please, take good care of it.
Our hunters, our research, our ability to push the dragons back, all of this rests on the scales of Miriel. We cannot, you can no longer afford to make any mistakes.
You must recover the scale, no matter the cost. Do not let the dragon that almost enthralled you last time take it from you.
For all we know, the Dragonkin may not be able to touch the scales of light. Touching one would cut them off from their master's voices, and they would be instantly consumed. Let us hope yours is still in the spot where it was taken from you.
Do not underestimate the intelligence of dragons. Such obstacles will not stop them if they manage to cast a spell on the gates of the Eternal. Who knows for what foul ends they could use our relic?
You are right. Nobody knows how far the jungle of Kala reaches. The cult you disbanded in the swamp may have been nothing compared with the threat now facing the Alliance.
Let's meet again in the jungle of Kala. I had to purify a gate of the Eternal to bring you back to Monteskai. That will be our starting point.
Wait a moment, hunters.
Make it quick, Meridius. We're short on time.
Once you have tracked down the scale of Miriel, bring it to me before meeting with the Council. With one of those relics, I can prove at least one of my theories relating to Dracomundus. But say nothing about this to Auspex de Clerval.
Why would you not trust the Council? Everyone knows that you study the Dragonkin already.
Oh, it is not the Council that worries me. It is Auspex de Clerval that I would rather keep my distance from. Too often he appears to meddle in the affairs of anyone who does not blindly obey him. I had to move heaven and earth to convince him to let me study our enemy. And I fear he will prove to be just as inflexible on the topic of the Drachial scales.
Very well. We will do what you ask, Meridius. Let us go and inspect the place where you fell. It is possible that the Dragonkin will be there waiting for us, since the dragon knows that you lost your scale. There are Dragonkin prints all over the place, and your scale has disappeared. De Clerval was right. They found a way to seize it. We must learn how they did it, and where they headed next. Dragonkin, we've walked right into a trap. Well, they know we're here now. There's no longer any doubt about that. There are human footprints among those left by the Dragonkin. These monsters have no doubt tasked an uncorrupted prisoner with carrying your scale for them. Let's see if we can follow their trail. These prints are small indeed. No doubt those of a child. The creatures must realize they are very much easier to persuade than their rulers. They make use of their innocence. There's an old rumor among my clan that these are the remains of a city built at the dawn of time. Nobody knows what caused it to fall, nor what came of those who lived there. Wait a moment. The Dragonkin tracks stop here, almost as though magicked away. Unless they themselves walked into a trap. A trap set by those who once lived here. If these people had dragon blood among their number, they could have placed enchantments upon the city to protect it. And I doubt the Grand Tracker knows anything about it either. Jaxara is a little-known land. Let us explore the ruins and see if we can't clear up this matter. This inscription mentions the people of Jaxara. It makes use of characters much like those of the Kongarati alphabet. It seems we share some common ancestry. I cannot decipher everything, but it appears to be about a brutal invasion with much bloodshed. The wording is strange, but it must be the banished Lord Calarang. These poor souls were victims of the Dragonkin, no doubt. Come, let's look for more inscriptions. here, it is still referring to the war, but also corruption and dragon's blood. The city's inhabitants likely tried to push the invasion back by training elite warriors. Dragon blood. They could be the very same ones who created this spell that is blocking our way. I'm afraid what follows is ineligible. Let's press on. This fresco may explain everything. Dragonkin, cover me while I decipher these inscriptions. We must know what happened to this city. The enemy laid siege to the city. Its inhabitants were in agony. What follows is not quite clear. You could say some kind of malediction. I believe it is a question of the need to unite, to merge, to create a single entity. Yes, that's it. To become one and speak through a single voice. Faced with the Dragonkin's arrival, they all drank dragon's blood. What a terrible fate they must have suffered. Falling into the corruption through no fault of their own. Yet, it seems that the defenders temporarily gained the upper hand. Sadly, there's still no mention of defensive spells here. They might as well have erected temples to avoid them. Nothing at all. The prayers were not enough to bring this scourge to an end. Ah, here we are. To preserve their sanctuaries, they created illusion spells. It was probably one of these that blocked our way before. Alas, it had no effect. The enemy was able to launch a final assault. The story continues. The Dragonkin showed no mercy. Not a single one of the city's inhabitants was left alive. But this symbol on the enemy's standards. Hunter, it was not the Dragonkin that crushed this civilization, but troops from the Order of the Eternal. The troops, having committed this heinous bloodshed, they built an altar in the depths of the jungle and burned everything in their path. The last dragon blood that escaped the massacre. Wait, I don't understand. The story ends with a prayer to Calarang. Here, it's a map of their kingdom, but the fresco is unfinished. One of us, we are him. It's as though the survivors, left without any defenses, succumbed to the call of the Banished out of despair. So the Order brought on the downfall of this civilization. And nobody knows about this, not even Alaric. I'm certain of it. What else could Declairval and Cornelis be hiding from us? At the very least, we now know about the purpose behind these illusions. The lost civilization scattered statues throughout Jaxara. We'll need to destroy them to break the spell. What's more, I saw the fresco mention unknown lands in the heart of the forest. The region is far more vast than we thought. We need to pick up speed. The Dragonkin have made off with your scale of light and taken a child as their slave. There. That should suffice. Finally, the way is clear. Let us continue. There's not a moment to lose. I cannot bring myself to believe the Order would have wiped an entire civilization off the map. Would its leaders truly have decimated this city only to build an altar upon its ashes? I will inquire with the Grand Trekker once we are safe in Montisky. For now, we must save the child that has fallen into the Dragonkin's hands and retrieve your scale. I know something of what it is to be a slave under the yoke of the corrupted. I knew this day, though I was still a child. My caravan got lost in this jungle, and we fell into an ambush. They spared the children. They left us uncorrupted, intending to force us to serve them. The parents, they slaughtered, executed, right in front of us. Break our spirits. Yulo was the only one to escape. She was nothing more than a tracker back then. But she faced the Dragonkin as bravely as any warrior. She freed us all. It was she who went on to unite the clan. She who took command. You know the rest. The alliance, the battle against Soriknog, the founding of our unit. The Grand Tracker became a role model for all the Kongarati nomads. That's why I decided to follow in her footsteps and become a dragon hunter. I will not allow anyone to suffer the same fate those monsters inflicted on me. To arms, Hunter. More of them will be on their way soon. I'll try to hold them off. Go! Free the prisoner and retrieve your scale.
killed my parents.
I've sealed the exit. We'll have to use our scales. Wait a moment. Look here, on the wall. It's a map of the Lost Kingdom. Half of the jungle is still unknown to us. How have we fallen prey to the Dragonblood's illusions for so long? Here, a breach leading to Dracomundus. I'll take the little one somewhere safe. See if you can seal this breach and find me in the city once you're done.
Excellent work, hunters. Give the scale of Miriel to Diliculum Jerome, and come and find me outside the door to the council.
Not so fast, Meridius. We discovered it was the Order that was behind the fall of civilization in Jaxara. We need answers.
What are you saying, Hunter? To my knowledge, no expedition has ever been conducted so far from our lands.
And yet we learned this while exploring the remnants of a lost kingdom. We know how the Order of the Eternal burned the temples and built an altar atop their bones.
What you are describing here is a purifying procession. Such a thing has not been conducted in centuries. And you're saying we have built an altar?
Don't try to tell me you don't know anything about it. There's no way there's nothing in your archives about this expedition.
The same archives that the Toriel clan set fire to and destroyed during the War of Men? As for this civilization you're talking about, I suppose that it put up some resistance. Alas, our ancestors had little interest in other peoples.
If a draconic seal was indeed built in the jungle, we could make use of it. Allow me some time to think on this, hunters.
Let's not wait for Cornelius to join the council. We must inform the council ourselves before he has a chance to prepare his defense. Counselors.
Have you retrieved the Scale of Light, hunters?
The matter has been dealt with, Grand Tracker. But we have also made an important discovery. We now know why the cult in Jaxara is so powerful. It corrupted an entire civilization, benefiting from an attack led by the Order of the Eternal.
I beg your pardon?
Meridius Cornelis, you've arrived right on cue. The hunters have just informed us that the Order would have played a part in the fall of a civilization. Is there anything you can tell us about this?
Yes, they informed me already. I'd wager what they are referring to was a purification procession carried out there centuries ago. In all likelihood, the purpose of this purported attack was likely to place a draconic seal in the heart of the jungle to contain a dragon in Dracomundus.
Deprived from the light of our prayers for so long, this seal's power must have weakened terribly.
On the matter of light, Jerome, please, go ahead.
What is this?
It is a blessed scale of light, capable of resisting the corrupting power of Dracomundus. To date, we have been unable to do anything more than seal the breaches, but now, with this, we can strike at the seat of draconic power itself.
How did you come to create this miracle?
To do so, you need to channel the power from an altar. The effect is short-lived, but if the draconic seal in the jungle is still in place, then this process should both bless the scale and open a breach that our hunters will be able to enter at the same time.
Open a breach? Set our hunters on Dracomundus? Have you lost all sense of reason, Cornelis?
The Dragonkin are at Montesquieu's gates. The Toriel clan is under siege. The city of the Oracles has sunk beneath the water, and the nomads have been forced to abandon their caravans. Given the circumstances, it is past time for us to take bold action.
So be it. Hunters, do you know where the draconic seal can be found?
We did not identify its location, but we know where to begin our search. Hunter, the fresco in the temple mentioned an illusion close to the village in Jaxara. I will rid us of it now. and we'll be in an unexplored area again.
Hey, Hunter! Over here! Please! Your companion, the Kongarati tracker. He asked me to show you which path to take in order to join him. When he appeared, we heard a faint noise, and then a path opened up. The children claim to have seen strange happenings here at night, but, well, you know how imaginative children could be.
Over here. They tried to get me to drink dragon water. They sprayed me with it, and we... No! The Dragonkin are... Ah! Out of my head, dragon! They intend to pour the contents of these vats into the source of the river that feeds Montescaille. Dragonkin. I must rid myself of the corruption before I can take the Great Light Lapse using my scale. Let me concentrate. We may have slowed the Dragonkin by scattering their cult in the swamp, but they are not yet broken. The huge Dragonkin you faced, it was their progenitor. My head! We need to stamp out the Dragonkin, but I fear the blood has tainted me. The scale of light. I don't know if it will be enough. You must continue without me. And if I should perish, avenge me. I shouldn't have tried to explore this area alone. I thought myself capable of following the tracks of a Dragonkin leader as far as the seal, but the voices, they were stronger. All I did was throw myself right into the lion's jaws.
Sun Can told me of the Dragonkin's plan. If we do not rid ourselves of the banished Lord of the Jungle, the cult will usher in a second egg layer and double the number of spawn we must contend with. Montesky's river flows from its source in the swamp. We cannot risk the potential loss of our water supply. Sun Can and his Scale of Light will remain under surveillance at Montesky Jail. As for you, Hunter, you must locate the seal that Cornelis spoke of. Without it, we do not have even the slightest chance of invading Dracomundus and confronting the dragon before its acolytes are able to pollute our water supply. Return to the Grand Oracle's temple and implore her to invoke a vision. It is a risky strategy, I admit, but we no longer have the time available to us to survey each and every corner of Jaxara.
The nature of this call is yet to be decided. Let us refrain from coming to any conclusion so early on, Astrea.
The eye of Pythodurkin may be able to shine some light on things for us.
Indeed, if only we knew where it was at this hour.
One moment, Hunter. The Grand Oracle and I are discussing a topic of the utmost importance.
Let him speak, Astrea. Eula is a proud woman. If she has charged this hunter with calling upon me for my visions, the reason must be quite urgent. The seal evades you yet, is that it? Perhaps our good friend Cornelis does not have all the answers after all. Fine, you both are searching for a relic, and there is only one way to find what has been lost. The ritual of far sight.
Come now. You know as well as I do that performing the ritual is impossible. You would need to regain our archipelago, head into enemy territory, and find a sufficient amount of Pythodurkin's blood.
Precisely. Waste no time, hunters, and set out for Crissa right away.
Welcome to Crissa, just south of the battlefield where my people were swallowed by the depths. This ritual that Almantea mentioned, Farsight, it has not been successfully performed since Delphipolis fell. It requires the blood of the penitent dragon, who sadly perished years ago. We could possibly retrieve a few drops of this blood by taking it from the veins of the other oracles. However, considering the consequences of ingesting dragon's blood, I would prefer not to reverse the process and potentially risk my sister's lives as a result. Though it's true that dragon's blood, fortunately, does not degrade over time, if we were to find the remains of a few oracles, the blood of Pythodurkin should still linger in their cold hearts. Defiling tombs for a few drops of blood. What extremes the grand oracles of Pythodurkin have been reduced to. We will need a dozen other ingredients besides. I'll take care of the plants on land and the sacred instruments. You go and search for the only aquatic plant required for the ritual, Opsophil, and pick up the Kylex on the way. It's a sacred cup, a ritual implement that must always be kept within its temple. We'll meet back here once we're done. May the dragon never tempt you. What has happened to the Kylix? It looks different. A Dragonkin ritual. They have opened their master's vein into it, tainted Pythodurkin's essence with the blood of a banished lord. It's been desecrated by the banished dragon's blood. I doubt it still has the properties required for the ritual. You may return to Montesky, Hunter. I will remain in Crissa. I do not know what these Dragonkin are searching for, but I will not let them have it. If your heart demands that you aid me, I will not spurn the help.
Hunter, what happened to this Kylix? This hue? It is not the blood of Pythodurkin. That explains why Astrea is not with you. It seems she has her own mission. For now, be silent. I sense the power of Dracomundus. I hear the banished lord in the jungle commanding his soldiers. Kalarang, such is his name. I sense the jungle, a temple hidden from us by some kind of spell. But the altar's location remains vague, nebulous. Just beyond my senses, I feel some sort of emptiness looming where it should be standing. This is all wrong. Something unknown and strange has scrambled my senses. I cannot locate the altar with any kind of precision, nor indicate its exact position. Finding it will take longer than I'd hoped. For now, run and find Eula.
Thanks to the Grand Oracle, we have some idea of where to start our search for the altar. I'm afraid Sun Can's condition has worsened. The dragon's blood and his drachial scale continue to fight over his soul. You will have to fight alone, Hunter. Gather your courage, steel your heart, sharpen your blades, and be prepared for this to be your final fight.
No, Grand Tracker. We will not abandon the hunter like this. We will accompany him and fight side by side.
Out of the question. Without scales to protect you, it is certain death.
Without the hunter, we would not be long for this world either way. The Dragonkin are greater in number and stronger than ever. What happened at Pont Noir showed us that we're not large enough in number to meet nor push back their forces. Even so, if the hunter is defeated before he can reach the dragon, all will be lost.
There's no chance you will survive. I will not allow you to needlessly sacrifice your lives like this.
These lives are ours. It is we who will decide how to spend, sacrifice, and live them. Our decision is final, Grand Tracker.
You may forbid it, but we will defy your orders if we must.
So be it then. Farewell, Trackers. And may the dragon never tempt you.
Bless you, Grand Tracker Eula. Hunter, come find us to the north of the swamp. Beware of illusions on your journey there. On our route, we encountered one of the illusions that Sun Can warned us about. We intend... Hunter, the illusion is right in front of us. The statues conjuring it are inside the underground temple. As soon as we opened the doors, a thick fog. We couldn't see our own hands, let alone the entrance itself. Before we could take a step blindly inside, we heard the guttural voices of the dragon reverberate so strongly from the underground that my men scattered. Help me find them again, before they meet some terrible fate.
bizarre. I think I'm going to be sick. Shut your mouth, cursed dragon! You'll never tempt me.
Get a hold of yourself, Zorik-tan. And what happened to Hotakan?
As we approached the temple, the fog got so dense that we'd lost sight of one another.
Over here! He's out cold. Zorik-tan! Give him a remedy!
Look! The Dragonkin fleeing the temple!
You take a look around the temple, Hunter, and see if you can root out the source of this foul fog. We're going to take care of our wounded, and the Dragonkin that fled from here. Ah, I'm glad to see you safe and sound again, Hunter. You did it! Now we need to lift the illusion. Time is of the essence. There's not a moment to spare. Done. Let's get back on track.
Are full of dragon's blood. Our arrows are useless here.
We have no choice. We will need to poison them. Hunter, this jungle is home to a flower known as Ignifera instabilis. The spores are known for their corrosive and explosive properties. Gather as many as you can. In the meantime, we will see if we can make incisions on these vines. Excellent. The incision is all set. All that's left is to deposit the spores inside. Everything is in place. Ready the spores! Is everyone all right? How are you holding up?
The spores and the dragon's blood triggered a more powerful reaction than I thought possible.
No doubt the plant's defense mechanism against dragon's blood. Let us proceed.
Blasted dragon! I almost feel as though the trees are speaking to me now, watching us with endless eyes.
The effective effects of our meditation are wearing off. Stay strong. We're almost there. More vines. Luckily, we still have some of those spores. Same ill, same remedy. All set.
I got a bad feeling about this rumbling. What is this horror?
Get this abomination out of my way!
Well, you certainly know how to make an impression. Rotten corpses blocking our way. Yes, a few ounces.
Get a hold of yourself. You're a Quangjarati tracker, remember? Hunter, deposit the spores and let's finish this.
What happened here? Because the dragon decided to consume everything.
Another cursed spell of theirs. Hunter, use your Drachial scale. The divine light should be enough to purge us of this mortiferous energy. No! We know one of us. We are his.
Hunter, I suppose this gate opening up is your doing? I have news for you. Wait, is that the draconic seal down there? That changes things. But first, let me tell you the news. It is a... If you hope to survive in Dracomundus, you will need to transfer the divine energy from the seal into your scale. Place it on the altar once it has absorbed the divine energy. Tie it to this golden ribbon on which I have written out incantations. Stay attuned to your surroundings. Do not let the Dragonkin get close to you. Off you go, my friend. Track this dragon down in its own lair. Destroy the corruption that flows through its veins. Silence this voice forevermore. Deliver fear of the eternal to all dragonkind.
you are at last! You answered my call. There's no need for tricks here to impart my voice upon you. Your scale will protect you from me, but who will protect you from your own? From those who sent you to your death. Your tracker friend, he proved more reasonable. Even though he is not yet one of us, he cast you aside. Give up on those who only want you for what you can give them. Join us, Hunter. But since you hesitate still, let me show you. here you are at last. You answered my call. There's no need for tricks here to impart my voice upon you. Your scale will protect you from me, but who will protect you from your own? From those who sent you to your death. Your tracker friend, he proved more reasonable. Even though he is not yet one of us, he cast you aside. Give up on those who only want you for what you can give them. Join us, Hunter. But since you hesitate still, let me show you. Why do you refuse to understand, mortal? I only seek to free you from the chains you already bear. Invisible they may be, they are still chains made from power and influence wielded in their favor instead of yours. Do you really think they would remember you if you perished here? Without use, will they cast aside your memory as swiftly as they did your very life? Why such foolishness? Why do you persist in believing you have the slightest chance of escaping we dragons? Why run from freedom? Time has no hold over us. What hope does your kind have of winning this war? Don't you understand, Hunter, that you were born only to be put into chains? And the ones I offer are infinitely looser. We become tied, not bound. Submit. Join us. Miserable, wretched mortal. How dare you reject me? I will dominate you with my countless centuries of war behind me, with my cult, with all the glory of dragons. We are me! We are me!
People of Montesky, the hunter has triumphed. He has vanquished the enemy within Dracomundus itself. The Banished will no longer have a den so close to us. The Order stands on the side of humanity's defenders.
Do you really think the Banished Lord in the jungle is gone for good?
Certainly. And we have the Dragon Hunter to thank for it.
If that's the case, might it be possible that he is blessed?
We have received no news from the dragon hunt in Jaxara. We have lost 2 hunters.
Well, Auspex, are you convinced now?
You defeated this dragon in solo combat? Hunter, you've done the Alliance proud.
I admit, I may have been a little too quick to pass judgment on you.
Your counsel helped us greatly, Meridius. In the future, you will have to collaborate more closely with the hunters.
Of course, Together, we will accomplish great things.